Good. Welcome back to stream. Straight into investigations, I think. I think we wait. No, we're still in court. I thought we managed to finish court yesterday and get into investigation day 2. If there's one thing about this game, I think, well, I can't speak for all of them, but the music is always, at least in the ones that I played, kind of a banger. No? Yes, we gotta talk about the random balloon that part after war, and the weird German child that threatens the army coming to invade. Ah, as I said, Balthasar Luna is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in the esplosione. What a catastrophe. Catastrophe. I don't know. I don't speak Italian. I have to make up the pronunciations. Gotta go by gut feeling. I can't get away from the fact that the burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? The cops had the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. This stupido ragazzo is mistaken. My balloons have the red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Well then, I guess that just goes to show there was another balloon in play, because the machine was completely metal/wood. So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not the one belonging to you. See, exactamente. If you saw a balloon in the first place. I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. Okay, hear me out. Isn't it good for business? Say it wasn't competitor's balloon. No, it's broken. Plus, the competitor probably gets a bad rep. That his balloons aren't safe. It's like doubly good for business. If you attack us, we will fight back. We will be for... It will be... Oh, it will be war! Oh, not war! Okay. What happened to All Out War? Mr. Luna certainly doesn't appear to be lying. But that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and the evidence are contradictory here. The defense is unable to find fault with the witness. I am German too now. The witness statements, the court must consider them the truth. Well, I mean, I don't see the issue for my theories if they are all speaking the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. Honestly, it helps me. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses. I will take this mouse and put it elsewhere. Mr. Lune's Balloonies. Is it Lune or is it Loons? I guess it's Loons. Mr. Loons, cause balloons. As I said Balthasar Loons. Sorry, I'm kind of looking for the pun with Balthasar. There's a different pronunciation too. He's no liar. Every balloon. Maybe he says balloon, eh? I had in the sky, landed safely.
Hold it!
Holy, kinda loud. You couldn't just have forgotten one. Yeah, he just forgot some passengers. Don't worry about it. Senor. I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. I don't believe that. Honestly, I believe a statement. I believe all statements are correct here. Surely Mr. Strahd could have been sent for such a menial task. What? Me? I'll tell you what. I told the boss. He said kids like me can only count up to 2. How do you work for the police? Obviously that ain't true. But the boss bought it and said he'd have to go himself in that case. Believe in war crime enthusiast child is a little sus. No, I think he's also telling the truth. Honestly, I need him to tell the truth because his statement is the one carrying my entire theory. 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion. What a catastrophe.
Hold it!
But it would be quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Loon, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry? That means yes. It is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright! And a balloon flies because it flies. Okay, I mean, that's... You could have called him an idiot, but you also gave an idiotic answer, so I revoke your right to call me an idiot. Yeah! That was retail info, I don't know. There are 2 types of flying balloons. Hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on the principle of hot air being less dense than cold air. Whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using the gas that is lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with the magic gas, I believe. Hey kid, you want to buy some magic gas balloons? Please don't mix them up. Hydrogen, lighter than air, but highly explosive. Good lord. I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like the fire. Okay, is this guy a caveman? What the fuck? How did the judge not know that? Have you ever seen a judge in these games that has more brain cells than a first grader? Yes, actually. Which game? Who's the magical judge? Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. No, what is the matter with you, senor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosione, explosione. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be, or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day, I am completely sure. But if you still say, that is what happened, you must show me proof. Alright, so Mr. Luna has 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? What is that facial expression right now? That looks like a meme rodent.
The Japanese judge, for one. There's also one... Okay, which Japanese judge? The... Oh, wait, no, I guess they're the one... keep forgetting that's supposed to be America, the OJ. The first trilogy, who was just a color swap of the regular judge? Oh, you mean the Surfer Bro judge? The cousin or something? I love that guy. he's so out there. But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt up bit of cloth was found at the scene, can you? I was surprised to find a piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Didn't you search the area surrounding the stage for clues? Nah. I'm not into picking stuff up off the ground, me. This works out better, way better. Diving into people's pockets instead. So much for the new career path. Mind you, the boss was his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, cage from crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? So, that's where most of the investigating was going on. Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence. Or listen to you. Stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world. Well, technically I have solved the most cases since my arrival here. Well, you ain't got the badge, have ya? Like this one. Arrest you with this if I wanted to. I would like to see. Honestly, they would maybe comply even because they hate me, so maybe don't. I wouldn't put it past her. Yeah, I spoke too hastily. Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at the meeting we had about the investigation. Opposite the yard, I reckon there was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage. Hold it! There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there? Yeah. The crews who were watching the experiment were caught in the blast and injured. Good job your contraption didn't kill over, eh? I didn't even consider that.
It seems there was great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police should have missed a torn piece of the envelope from a balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions.
Like me swiping all his fish and chips, eh? Man's sole pleasure. None of this matters. That scrap of balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. Gonna dock his pay? You think he's getting paid? He can be glad that he got his job back somehow. This stupido ragazzo is mistaken. Hold it! You mean the color's wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Even Gumshoe gets paid, at least before he starts working with Edgeworth. Yeah, but Gregson also messed up. Well, he didn't mess up a lot of cases, but he did lose his job in the last case of the last game.
For the sake of argument, let's say that the green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question.
Well, we have a witness testimony that somebody heard an explosion right next to them at Balloon Heights, so...
There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree.
Hey, how do I prove that happened on the day? Only summoning witnesses wasn't exclusively a right of the prosecutors. It's not even that. We literally have the witnesses in the stand, 2 of which are like, yo, there was an explosion right next to us. And one of them is like, it wasn't just any kind of explosion, it was a balloon that exploded. But oh well, I guess we just ignore that part.
Excuse me.
Speak to me, war child. It's Master William Gottfried Sigismund Ornstein. It was on the tip of my tongue. Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I said. There was a green balloon there. I swear it over all of Bohemia. You can speak as much bad language as you like, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? I mean, like, what more evidence do we need besides him saying it happened and us literally having a piece of exploded balloon? The fuck do you mean we need more evidence? Ornstein? Yeah, just wait until his dad's smoke comes in. Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments. Evidence. What is this? Evidence. To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, you know, like the camera around your what's it called? Neck. Oh, I was about to say throat, but that sounds weird. I wouldn't accept it either as the prosecution, since we keep abusing solid proof like that as well. I mean, fair, I guess. Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have the photograph here. Good gracious. What? By the way, shortly before I went on, before I get too... Why did I look so concerned? Too into the game. My Steam algorithm might be a little hooked. I got a game recommendation as I scrolled through and I was like, what the hell is this? Hold on, let me... It's called... Manherarium or something like that? It's not even out yet, and the tags were gambling, psychological horror, roguelite. And I was like, what the fuck is that? You got me intrigued. So I opened it up, and the description is, let's play together forever, okay? Manherarium is a deck-building roguelite where you survive 7 days of blood-staked Chinchiro against a clingy Manhara girl, trapped and forced to gamble your blood daily in twisted dice games, use cheat items, and overcome her changing rules to survive. Like, what the hell is that? What kind of games do we have here? What do I play in my spare time? Nothing remotely close to that, as far as I would say. I mean, I do play some psycho horror games, I do play some anime games, I do play some roguelite games, and I'm guessing Uma Musume counts as gambling. So everything connected together just gave me this recommendation somehow. Might be because I have Misai. Oh, right, Misai has a lot of those. Well, it's not roguelite, but it's psycho horror anime. It's like 2 in 1. Anyway, back to the case. I just thought it was... I couldn't just keep that to myself, okay? It sounded too funny. I had not been up in a balloon for a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? Oh, but all I wanted was a ride in the balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. You know, it doesn't... Yeah, we should just take all pictures and see if we find something interesting there. We shouldn't just take one. Never mind that. Can you show us the photograph? Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. That's a... The crossbow basically shot like a railgun in that cannon. What the hell? Look at this graph. Graph Van Zieks. That's a black and white picture. Yeah. It still looks like a railgun going off. Well, I see you are too shocked to speak. Or are you shocked that it's not a colored picture for the rich boy? Oh, okay. I mean, we can still determine it though, because the balloon seller said that all of his balloons have a striped motif going on. So the green one would be the only one that is monochrome. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that this was a green balloon from this photograph, but... But that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. Wah, bah. He's even crying in Bohemian. You can also just check if it has a flame. It's probably also smaller. I doubt it's been like a commercial massive one. Very well. The court will accept this photograph as evidence. Photograph taken by Gots whilst he was riding in a balloon. It shows another balloon that he claims was green and exploded moments after he took his shot. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. Let me check that photograph. Well, no, never mind. I guess it is bigger. It is commercial-like, but there's nobody inside. Too bad that the smoke also obscures the shooter. There's certainly a lot going on here. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this big loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face. That means... this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Oh, well, if you ask me, the black and the white photograph changes nothing. I could not give a flying fig. Nice PG swearing. Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Luna's testimony just doesn't quite add up. A young bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Luna vehemently denies the possibility. It's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. He was the murderer, yes. Could be. I still think it's like a multi-stage plot, so there's more than one culprit here, obviously, but... So... That's not what I wanted, wrong button. I wanted to press him on the fact that the balloon there is clearly unmanned. Do you actually think that Balloon Man is the murderer? No. Get pressed.
Objection!
Unfortunately, the photograph Mr. Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon. But it can tell us something else. Something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh, my goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in it otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So, when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon. Got him. I know nothing, niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. Well, he's about to blow it up, literally. But the music is kinda going crazy here. There are illegal tradesmen everywhere. You take a look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition. Yeah, but, you know, if nobody's on board, they're not making any money. Checkmate, atheists. And managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Luna's patch without him realizing. See. They competizione, trying to steal my profits. I did not notice before, because of the experimento that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Assman was being... Getting broken by simple Italian? Yeah, I never even had Spanish or Italian. The most out there language we learned in school was Latin and French. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Dr. Asman was beamed from a stage. I guess technically we also learned... Well, we didn't learn it. There was a Japan club, I think, where you probably also learned Japanese. I don't know though, I'm guessing it's more like a club where the weebs came together and yapped about anime, if you ask me. You had 6 years of Russian? Well, honestly, Russian does look intimidating, so if you can even read the slightest bit or speak the slightest bit, I'm impressed. This fourth balloon exploded when Assman got beamed. Alright, so some scraps that fell to the ground after and left them scorch marks. They didn't come from the stage at all. Was beats of the balloon raining down. The letters are easy. They have 6 cases though instead of our 4. I think we talked about this already, but I never seriously looked into it, but I also don't think I could handle it. Because no one was in it. I didn't get no attention. Mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection!
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with the case. Oh, its relevance does elude me, I must say. Well, maybe, who cares what you think, Judge? Honestly speaking, I'm sorry, but keep it to yourself. The court has sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already.
Oh, I don't like this new evidence that's come forth, so I say we have enough already and come to a conclusion right now, right here, before we consider this any further. Oh, yeah, I see how it is. Yeah, okay, man. Really? Have we really got the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up. Are they made up? I feel like they've been relatively quiet onlookers for once. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? Of course there's more. Look at the white-hot streak. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait! Please, don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gots may well be hiding more vital clues. Well, in fact, count it, uno. A vital clue!
Objection!
The magician looks like he could stand in for the Jack the Ripper figurine in the Wax Museum.
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove?
The cause of the explosion. Vampire boy? We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion. Yeah, that's right, yeah. It was not my fault. Nobody ever said it was your fault, kid. Calm down.
Evidently. Because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon being filled with flammable hydrogen instantly and explosively ignited.
Then why are there no scorch marks on the birdcage or the victim? Question mark. But whatever. The stupid arguments you have to make as a prosecutor sometimes. Yeah.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened.
What?
It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Yes, Your Honor, the victim was abducted by a ghost. Oh, what are you gonna do? Cross-examine the parrot? Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, it leads to an unbelievable conclusion. I can believe that. The clue that highly suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is the one that takes up like 50% of the freaking picture.
Take that!
Peak Phoenix Wright was him cross-examining both a parrot and a killer whale. Dr. Doolittle in court. The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. It's like a certain other photograph. If you look, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon.
Most likely a ray of light, caught incidentally on the film.
I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. Brother, use your glasses. What? It must be fake then.
We conclude that it's just a crack on the lens. It's the most logical decision.
If you look at it with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. I mean... how does this help? To zoom in?
Undeniably some flash of light, yes.
Golly, do you think it might be lightning? No, I think the sun just became angry, turned black, and started attacking.
I believe we may be looking
at a fire.
a ball of fire heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow.
Well, honestly, you're not far off, my guy. We gotta convince the sun not to kill us all. Let's converse with the sun. Maybe calm it down a bit.
Indeed, even in my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 16 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such height.
Objection!
Yeah, at the Futuristic Science Fair, I'm sure there's nothing that can reach 60 feet into the sky. That's absurd, says the guy trying to convince everyone of teleportation. Yeah? I mean, come on, we gotta be grounded in reality a little bit. Teleportation? A white-hot streak of energy being beamed that high? No problem. A flaming arrow? Never heard of it. That's fucking absurd. Come on. Also, I love how we shit-talked him earlier about having no autopsy report before the trial started, yet we withhold stuff like the crossbow from him just until it suits us. And the balloon piece.
Take that!
This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornament tree near the scene.
Good lord, is that a crossbow?
An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon, creating a hydrogen bomb.
Are you suggesting that crossbow was used deliberately?
No, I think that was an accident, actually. Blimey, you're right. The streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Don't call it a hydrogen bomb. Why? It was a bunch of hydrogen that got turned into a bomb. And this coughing baby in the middle here got the photograph to prove it. London is still standing. Listen, give it a couple more hydrogen bombs. And then the explosion of the balloon, it was sad. Very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No! Order! Order! Council, this is an extraordinary... What the hell happened to me just there? Extraordinary... If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. Well... I guess? What? Wait. Could he? Isn't it cloth and rubber? How would a bullet ignite the hydrogen gas? I know that the bullet is hot, but is it hot enough to just instantaneously ignite hydrogen? Bullets are really damn hot? They can explode barrels? I don't believe that. Well, for one thing, barrels, at least usually when they're metal, they're is a spark going on. But also, I'm pretty sure that barrel thing has been disproven, is it not? That's just a video game thing? However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question.
The noise of the discharge, of course.
Okay, hear me out. Firing a gun in a crowd, yeah, that's gonna be loud and cause attraction. But I think pulling out a badass crossbow with a flaming arrow in the middle of a crowd causes just as much of, you know, people paying attention to you. That's perfectly normal. I guess the science fair was just a bit different. That's right. And using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. I can't believe we're actually going with that. Like, shooting a bad crossbow with a flaming bolt is more covert than firing a gun as an explosion is going off right next to you. Maybe it didn't come from the crowd? Wait, huh? Look at the trajectory, where else would this be coming from? I mean, I get that you're obscured by the smoke, but still. And that the crossbow technically gets folded up. So maybe, you know, whatever. I guess they were very quick at assembling the crossbow, lighting it on fire, aiming and shooting. Well, yeah. Someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds. It would have caused a real panic. Would it though? There was an explosion right next to it. It would just be bang bang and nobody would be the wiser. Especially with the balloon also exploding. It's like 2 explosions already. I don't think one more is really making a difference here. Oh, the big explosion. There was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection.
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend?
If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all, or what? My goodness me. And now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. Please enlighten me. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What, huh? How is that bad for us? What? Did I just hear that correctly, Council? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Okay. Let's assume, as I said, for the sake of the argument, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. Now what does that tell us? On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared into the cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. Bong. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth beyond the miraculous experiment carried out that day. Technically, yeah, but also, once again, where are the burn marks? if he's inside the explosion, like, come on, man. And this... Oh, good grief! Goodness griefers! This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. Never said it was. It's child's play. A contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Aris said that the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. In any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the Crystal Tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by one simple deception. A hidden door, a trapdoor, a hidden compartment. All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Aslan. And having this other man appear on stage in front of the show, where he's just like the God Chief King Emperor, Master of Mankind. He can summon pigeons on command. Mr. Aslan must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
Yep, I agree with this.
No one would have embarked on such a risky venture.
Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. Wait, is the jury actually carrying my case for once? Hold on. Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. Wouldn't he still need to breathe, though?
Mixture ratio.
Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. Charade. So, everything that happened can be explained logically and scientifically. I can't believe I actually have a jury on my side as a first. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me! And if we accept that this is what happened, the prosecution is about to invoke its right to a summation examination. Honestly, I'd love to hear his summation examination theme. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant who was on stage in full view the entire time. Ah. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Yeah, I feel like I won here. What's going to happen? Surely this isn't over. Lord Von Zieks can credibly maintain that Professor Hairbrain is a suspect now. Don't be Hairbrain. I will end myself. This fucking asshole! Mr. Naruto, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Professor? But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please. Sorry?
What's all this about, Mr. Hairbrain?
I, Albert Hairbrain, hereby confess that that it was, that it was me. That it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Asman. You cannot be serious. This was a clean sweep, my guy. We even had the jury on our side. What the hell are you doing? Yes, it was me. With my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver. Wow. Order! 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 Defendant, explain the sudden confession.
Objection.
Yeah, I object to him further getting the right to talk. What are you talking about? Case closed to confess. Yeah, we literally can't weasel our way out of this. If they all vote guilty now, even a summation examination, we'd have to somehow disprove them. But how do you disprove the guy just straight up saying, yeah, I did it? There's no way. That's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. Dude would rather die than accept that he's wrong. The fucking pirate software over here. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank. But where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it. But then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis. You would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it. You're also execute him yourself, please. Take this burden away from me. It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor Baroque.
Yes.
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say, I swear it. You even missed the first shot and it shows in the stands first. Wait, hold on. Give this... Give this executor a gun right now. We need it. Maybe a flaming crossbow bolt. Ensure this special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation.
Pray, forgive the discourtesy of putting my hollow chalice at this critical juncture.
Yeah, honestly, I could use a drink now.
Here's to you, my learned Nipponese friend.
What?
And to his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession.
Wait, he's rooting for me.
Do you... Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply.
Well, thank you for, you know, leading me by the hand. At least one person here got my back. Surprisingly, it's you, but oh well.
The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating it will be crushed and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved.
Well, Counsel, What is the defendant's official position on this matter? What's the position defense? Would you like to defend your client, or would you stick him in front of the wolves? There's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but seem condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. Kinda for the wolves? It would be quite a show. How many wolves could you take? I feel like more than one you're already done for. I think one you have like a chance to actually take him on, but anything more and you're kind of toast.
You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend.
Holy, he's getting impatient.
Was all the knowledge of English escaped you confused Nipponese mind?
I mean, listen, save his life, prove that he's wrong, and then as long as he's alive, he can try to be right later in life. Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible. It's not like... This is the easiest choice of my life. Yeah! Why are we being... Brother, what the fuck are you saying? Yo, it's your job to defend him, so defend him! What do you mean you can't say it? What must I give up on? Is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Hello again, Mr. Naruto. The savior arrives. Well, I didn't take my meds, either or, honestly. I'm kinda confused at this point. How does she do it? I mean, look at her. If you dress like that, you're just built different. You can do it all. There'll be time for talk later, Mr. Naruto. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Hairbrain. Yes. Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is the pursuit of truth too. I guess you could say I'm somewhat of a scientist myself. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with your victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must both pursue now. Wow!
So, you finally opened your eyes.
What?
And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
Barak von Zieks. Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. It's her second crush developing. In truth, there's one thing. Something I've remembered. On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. I feel like there were a lot of people near the stage, so please be more specific. A man holding that crossbow. But nobody in the crowd saw it? You saw it up on the pedestal, but nobody in the crowd saw it? Wait, do we not know that? Brother, I don't know, man. I think he just didn't wanna... He probably had his suspicions, but he couldn't admit that he's wrong. Also, if I was the jury here, I would not take this testament for any worth. That he suddenly remembers there was a guy holding a crossbow after we came forth being like, yo, look at this, there was a crossbow. He's really cosplaying as a scientist? Well, I mean, that's nothing new. I feel like most of the people we've defended so far have been a hack at their actual job. Did the man have any distinguishing features? What did they look like? Tall, taller than me, and thin, thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Oh, what? Huh? Are we describing a cryptid here? What's going on? Stickbug man? Let me see. One less lens than me. Two, a monocle, rather stylish, black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. Lead with that next time, Jesus Christ! After all, he's the engineer who built my invention. I fucking hate this man. Why? Must have been the God King Emperor of mankind. Oh, brother, man. Oh, my blood pressure. That's right, Mr. Asman introduced him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber. I don't see the pun. Okay, I guess he's popular. Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. That man's an abomination! Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear, either. I am the Italian man now. Wah! What is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. Oh, so he's a known criminal? So can we just case closed once again? We have the jury on our side 2 times in a row? There's talk of other flamboyant experiments that turn out to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I've heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled, confident trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you. Okay, moving on, please. My invention, my great machine. It was just a grand illusion. Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely. Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume.
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, that everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect. You had no idea about the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber. I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it. It's entirely possible that Mr. Assman and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. Reading hard. When I announced my invention of the cross that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. And the smoke suddenly started billowing out. I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation or Scientific Equipment Act?
Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. So shouldn't we already get a not guilty here because this is not our case anymore? This case is only about... This case is only about whether or not he killed him, and nobody right now believes that he killed him. Like, we've certainly proven that he had no involvement. It's not our job to figure out if the other guy is guilty or not. The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical.
Yes, Mr. Drebber.
Get information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. That is now. I guess they keep him around in case that he's like involved in the scheming, you know? But he definitely didn't murder him.
When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused.
I understand.
Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
October 23rd, 1:36 p.m. The Old Bailey. Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah? I'm so sorry. You should be. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. How did it ever come to this? Honestly, you should pay us extra. I'm so sorry. You really have no idea, Professor, about what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean. About what he was really constructing. Like, this dweeb pays us? Yeah, probably not. Naturally. The machine was the embodiment of my hypotheses. Of all my hopes and dreams. I have complete faith in it. Alright. In that case, I won't say anymore. Now, sadly, the murder accusations against you still stands. So we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard? I hid it from you, Runo, so it would be a surprise. Why? Well, did it work? It was a surprise, alright. Especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Just kinda missed tossing you. So cathartic. Just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Well, okay. Expresses her happiness through violence. Interesting. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future. Susie's train was late to London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard, so she didn't miss the whole trial. I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Oh, I'm glad you didn't. Oh. Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm delighted to see you back in London. You're too kind, Mr. Naruto. I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, brought you back. Did Professor Mikotoba not protest? Let's have all that conversation for when we are back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of my most special blends for this special occasion. Just saw a clip of hobby horsing, and man, the world really is begging for an end. Hobby horsing? Wait, that's like unironically a thing? I thought that was a meme. It is? Wait. It's hard to describe how happy that it made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, I have to look up hobby horsing now. What was it, like professional hobby horsing, or...? I mean, most of what I see is just children doing it, but I'm guessing you didn't see children. Holy shit! This one goes crazy! This is like either a teenager or an adult. I can't quite see it, but what the fuck? It's like she's running hurdles, or in the middle of running hurdles, while fucking doing tricks on a horse. It was a full-on competition? Do you think they make their own hobby horses? What am I looking at here? Is she... From the way this picture is taken, it looks like she's imitating that special horse stepping motion that some horses do. Can't wait for the next generation of horse girls. Oh god. And then there's a picture of like two adults, a guy and a girl, and the girl just casually holds the horse, and the guy tries to pose up, look tough, you can see that he's actively flexing his muscles to appear bigger, and he's just shoving the horse up into his crotch that it actually looks painful. I don't know what's going on in that picture. It is very weird. What the fuck is that? What did you just introduce me to? I thought this was just something kids do for fun and, like, you know, before the internet. Don't shit on people's hobbies a lot, but goddamn it. I mean, listen, if this brings you joy, go fucking crazy. I'm not gonna tell people to not be physically active out there. I'm just saying that some of these Google images look absolutely insane. A lot of them are just kids though, so those just, you know, look like kids playing around, having fun. Holy hell! You jumped that? Well, that's great. There's a kid that jumps over a hurdle with the horse, and the hurdle is as big as the kid, almost. Fucking crazy vertical. Oh no? What do you mean, oh no? What's happening? Is the stream? No, stream is not dying. Is that an animated... There's no way there's an animated... Hobby horsing simulator? What? In the PlayStation Store? Wait, okay, we gotta do more investigation here. What is this? It's only announced. It's going to release on in March 26. Please don't bet on hobby horse people. What do you mean bet on them? You can bet on them? Create your dream hobby horse. Okay. Like, I don't mean to be mean here, but if you're going to play a simulator game, why would you simulate having a horse? Or why would you simulate simulating a horse instead of just simulating that you ride an actual horse? It's only a matter of time before they do Uma Musume style races. Okay, that would... I mean, technically that's just track racing, but that would still be funny. Hobby horsing. Wait, are there world championships and so on? I'm way too interested in this now. Hobby horsing... World Championship. It's not an established yearly tourney. So the first championship in Germany apparently was in 2024. The Hobby Horse Championships. Hobby horsing Wikipedia. Okay, there's not a lot. There's movies about it. What? Okay. The Hobby Horse Revolution. Interesting. A training guide for hobby horsing? How to establish and build a hobby horsing group as a guide. What the fuck? Hobby horsing Dressurtraining. That's... I did not know that was a part of the world. That is way more fleshed out than I ever expected. You know what? Let me go hobby horsing and check if there's any current news going on. What's the newest news? The newest news about hobby horsing were in 2024 when the championship happened. There's been nothing current going on in the world of hobby horsing. But it seems like in 2024, every country started their own championship. I see UK championships, I see Finnish championships, I see German championships. I see Finnish. I don't know if I said Finnish in the second one. Oh well. Moving on. Our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. So what was the video you watched about? What did they do? There's a competition, and the woman in the video neighed and everything. You think the neighing gives like points? It's like necessary, and they grade you on the authenticity of the neigh, the timing, and the frequency. There's like a whole spreadsheet as to when the best time to neigh is to gain the most points. You really don't want to dive into that? Listen, I think it just elevates the comedy of the situation. If there's actual sweaters at home with a whiteboard going like, okay, so if I do this, I do like my 360 kickflip on the hobby horse, and then I neigh mid-jump as I look towards the judges. That's like max points right there. You have to neigh exactly once every 23.7 seconds. Oh, this room. It's been too long. It hasn't changed in the slightest, though. It's been 6 months, hasn't it? That's a long time for things to stay so familiar. I don't know when you might return, and I wanted everything to be as you left it. But it has been some 6 months, it's true. Says your father, right, Susie? What happened? My father? Yes, Professor Mikotoba. I mean, it was half a year ago, but that's why you went back to Japan. Because of the telegram you received saying he'd fallen ill with a very high fever or some unknown reason? That's right. And so, I was surprised to learn you'd be coming back so soon. Surprised but happy. I think I wrote about it in my letter to you, that it was all a trick. My father is in fine health, and I'm obviously very relieved about that. Well, we are all delighted to have you back. It was quite the accident that I've been able to return. It was quite by accident that I've been able to return to Europe, actually. Because of a very grand conference called the International Forensic Science Symposium. Anyway, I've arrived safe and sound, and all that matters is that I'm here now. After all, I haven't yet fully fulfilled my promise to you, Iris. Also, how did you even come across a video like that? I feel like that's not something that just randomly pops up on your algorithm. You must tell us everything that happened while you were back in Japan. Yes, of course, I shall. It did, though? Something you wrote in your letter that particularly grabbed my attention. About you-know-who. About Cousin. I know. I'll tell you all I can. Talk to me. Back in Britain. Giselle Brett? The woman whose unforgivable actions ended in me being wrongly accused of a crime I didn't commit. That is how getting wrongly accused works, yes. The murderer of Dr. John H. Wilson. Yes, Giselle Brett. That's a name I won't forget for as long as I live. The extraordinary thing is, though, it seems it's a name we should all forget. What? Since the incident, our government's intelligence services have been investigating Miss Brett. But it turns out that an Englishwoman by the name of Giselle Brett didn't actually exist. How the hell did she become an exchange student again? Question mark. Nobody vetted her before. That was a pseudonym. Her real name was Shin. What? And she wasn't a visiting student either. That was a front. Miss A. Shin. Her name is literally all our intelligence services have been able to ascertain about her. Ashen one? Nobody knows why, nor even how she came to be in Japan. It's a complete mystery. But that makes no sense. It's no easy task to be accepted as a foreign student anywhere. Dark Souls 3 is the next game we play, fucking spoiled by Ace Attorney. What could the woman have been up to? I'm afraid I really don't know. The only thing we can be sure of is that she had some business in our country that we didn't yet understand. Well, clearly it was political assassinations. Well, the questions surrounding her existence remain unanswered. I'm afraid so. Also, why does our Secret Service only start investigating her after she died? Wait, have we heard that name before? I don't remember that at all. It's more fun that way. Fair enough. Also, I shall be right back. This heat is killing me. I don't know why, but it's been like beyond hot again for a couple days now, for like the week. And curiously, after that awful trial at the Supreme Court, Father's mood changed entirely. You dressed as a man then, didn't you, Susie? Well, yeah. I could wear a false mustache, maybe? I think you might have a height issue. Yeah. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you. What the real reason why Professor Kotoba summoned you back to Japan? You said in your letter that it has something to do with that convict salute we found in Mr. Natsume's lodgings. That's right. The very large dog collar we found with the bee emblem on it. Seems Mr. Natsume included a drawing of the collar in the report and he submitted about it. I understand that when Father saw the report, he turned as white as a sheet. Where would that be? Father came to Britain himself, of course, to study. It was some time ago now, but he stayed for 6 years. I can't really imagine that something must have happened during that time. Hold on, give me a second. He refuses to tell me what it was. And then I intend to find the answers for myself. Last year in the Supreme Court, you can't possibly have forgotten. And that terrible trial of yours, when you were accused of murder. Well, it was Judge Jigoku who presided over that trial. I'm perfectly honest. I'd be happy never to see that man's face again in my life. Well, anyway, his father was invited to the symposium. He agreed to me returning to Britain too. He won't actually arrive until next month, but, well, I couldn't wait. And so, I pleaded with him, and in the end, he agreed to me going on ahead. I believe it is, yes. As I understand it, Lord Strongheart's organization organized this entire thing himself. Attorney General. Something to use his power to create the world's finest policing institution. That's what Father said anyway. Apparently it's Lord Strongheart's lifelong ambition. Surely he wouldn't be, or turn out to be a criminal wanting to create a better justice system, right? Surely? Professor Mikotoba know Lord Strongheart personally then? I wonder. Actually, Lord Strongheart gave me a long speech all about the very subject only yesterday. I sort of lost the will to live early. Holy shit. It's a strong opinion. Didn't really listen to him much. How trying of you. After my friend Ray's trial, the reporter who actually killed Miss Brett said something very strange. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. With that visiting student's fate. Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England. That he died on that steamship. That he'll never... Obviously I couldn't ask him to elaborate at the time. But later I visited the man in a prison cell and asked him what he was going to say about Kazuma-sama. He clammed up because we can't reveal the plot yet. After he died on the voyage to Great Britain, his body should have been unladen at the port of Hong Kong and passed into the care of the consulate staff there. Should have been. But it turns out that his body never arrived. Ooh, I wonder where he is now. It just disappeared. What? Kazuma's body vanished? Our government tried to cover the fact up, it seems. They erected a grave on the cliffs by our hometown. Except, Kazuma-sama isn't there. Did Professor Migutoba know about this? Yes, it would seem that he did. But he didn't tell me. They're still investigating what happened to Kazuma-sama's body as we speak. I just don't believe it. It's almost like they've shown their hand before they asked the question. Thinking back now, some of the things that happened on the SS Bray were definitely strange. I mean, after he died, we never saw his body again, did we? Could it be? Could it be that he's actually still alive? Step in, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't spoil the plot. It's too much to bear. Sorry, I didn't mean to. It's just that the plot already spoiled itself. Just thinking about the possibility pains me so very much. Why? Why does it pain you to think that he might still live? Cast your mind back for a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. When Kazuma-sama was discovered, Mr. Sholmes was there, wasn't he? And the guy's an idiot. I wouldn't trust him with anything. He definitely examined the body. I remember it clearly. You're right. You're right. Once again, I have to ask, what does that matter? A, he's unreliable. B, he might be in on it. Because clearly he knows what's going on with the shadow government shit. What? Mr. Sholmes keeping secrets? No reason why he would possibly have done such a thing. I don't really care for the overarching plot anymore. Yeah, they kind of fumbled that, I gotta agree. I want to fill me with hope, but I can't let it, because if it turned out not to be true, then I'd be back at the bottom of that awful pit of despair again. I'm terrified of what that might do to me. I probably shouldn't push it now. I also... I mentioned this before, but it doesn't seem like it's going to get any better actually. Kind of don't care for the cases if I can predict them before I even set a foot in court. You know, when I already know everything that's going to happen, that's just kinda... I don't think I ever had that in the original trilogy, or the first part of this game actually. Or the first part of this duology. Hey, do you wanna see a crossbow? Check this shit out. This was used to shoot down the balloon, wasn't it? Yeah, with a flaming arrow. It's quite a formidable weapon. I'm quite accomplished with the longbow myself, you know. No, really? You had to balance an apple on your head, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm quite confident I could hit it from a good 50 meters away. Sick. Does the apple necessarily have to be on my head? Yes. So, why are we still talking? Kind of finished talking. Do I need to look around and find Mr. Sholmes or something? Close enough. I wrote a really long story based on some of my father's old notes. About one of Hurley's greatest exploits. I call it the Hound of the Basketballs. But then Mr. Sholmes forbade you from... Why do we keep repeating everything? Whee! Oh hey, do you remember the plot? The overarching plot? You know, it's very important that you remember because that's what kind of most things hinge on. To be fair, the original trilogy did something similar with Phoenix constantly yapping about how Edgeworth was such a cool kid back in the day and how his dad was like the Uber defender, so he wanted to become an Uber defender and now he's a prosecutor. What could have possibly happened? Edgeworth is a good character. Well, this game's prosecutor is also a good character. I like him. I think it's time. What, to tell Aris that her dad is dead? I'm only sorry I've had to keep this from you for so long. Wait, it's I was making a joke. Zieks is basically just a repetition of Edgeworth. In a way. He's sassier. But Edgeworth was funnier because he lost his composure more often. It was completely by accident that I came to know the title of your manuscript, Iris. It was a short while before we left Japan. I was cleaning Father's study and I saw something on his writing desk. A large box of papers. We mean sassier? Edgeworth literally went, I don't care if you kill yourself, but I'll have you make this testimony first. You know what? You're right. Edgeworth had some killer quotes. The best that Zeke says is... Oh, you're from Japan. Japan's stupid. There was a label affixed to the box that was written in English. It read, Down of the Baskervilles. What? That's crazy. The Baskerville story. What? Of course, I had no idea what it was at the time. But Father came in and... Oh, for Father. You look at those papers. No, I simply read the label, that's all. Well, put it out of your mind. Sorry? Forget that you ever saw it, and certainly don't tell anybody else about this. Do you understand, Mr. Joestar? So... what's the secret here? She's not really keeping a secret. The last time she was like, no, I can't tell you. Not yet. And then literally all she could tell was, oh yeah, you know, I saw that title back in Japan. That's all. That was the great... I can't, man. There was an unpublished account of one of Mr. Shong's exploits. When I returned to Japan, I asked Father to explain, but he refused to answer any of my questions. And there was no sign of the big box in his office. That's really all I know about it. But I've no doubt that Father has a very good reason for being so secretive about it, but still. I made up my mind to explain myself to both of you. It literally explained nothing. Well, thank you for being so honest, Susie. So, Mr. Naruto, I'm ready to start investigating if you are. Please get a move on. Aris has told me about the disturbing happenings at the Waxwork Museum as well. You're fully abreast of the situation already, Mr. Sito. I expected nothing less, to be honest. I think our first port of call should be to investigate this Mr. Drebber. You do not care. Yeah, I'm actually playing with the thought of just taking a break from this tomorrow, even if we don't finish the case today. You'd be a terrible lawyer. I mean, kind of same, but for me it's more like I have my theory, so I just push that and not even try to show much evidence. I'd be like, it's fucking obvious, what are you, stupid? You for once support the break? Alright. Then we need to go and arrest him. Well, yeah. Must know the truth behind this case, so I agree, really. We really do need to find the man. I mean, the first two cases were fun. I don't know why this one is such a stale one. Also ignoring that the first two cases, once again, were obvious as hell and you could predict the entire way it's playing out before anything else happened. They're kind of like, well, okay, I don't want to say they're like Danganronpa cases, because I've only ever seen Danganronpa 1 and never the others, so maybe, you know, the other two, or however many there are, I think there's like a lot of spin-off games as well, are better when it comes to their mystery writing. I don't have much time, so we need to get started straight away, I think. Good idea. Best of luck then. Oh, you're not coming today? I'm going to Brixton Road shortly for the herb market. I do think it's funny though about the Danganronpa games is that the newest one from the guy, he literally just gave in to the memes and called it yet another killing game or something. Something along those lines. That was a little abrupt. The pull off the urban market must be strong. Can we leave? I want to talk to Jones. Oh my, no wonder it's called the House of Horrors. I like to turn on my heels and go straight home via the confectionery. Being scared makes you crave sweets. I can understand that. I'm also still very tempted by the Street Fighter sale. I know that's kind of coming out of the blue, but it's so expensive, but I'm still kinda... There's no sign of Mr. Jones anywhere. That's strange. He should be here investigating the abduction of the waxwork. Oh well. Suppose we just have to come back again later. If we're talking about like other games. Check this shit out, Mr. Sato. In case you were wondering, it's the one with the big knife that's supposed to be the killer. I don't think anybody would be in any doubt about that, surely. And did you know that, according to the description, the bathtub at the back has no particular significance? What? Really? I would have thought it was meant to show that the killer also worked in a bathhouse peddling criminal wares. The sale is a trap? It actually is. Like, it's kind of insane. Hold on. Let me pull this up just to have some fun on the side. It might blast eardrums, so I apologize. 3, 2, 1. Okay, I caught it in time. The sale is basically, it costs like $30 right now, the base game. If you want the like 8 extra characters from the first 2 years that were released, you basically pay a full price to game, $60. But if you want like the full quote-unquote experience, like the characters with costumes and everything, like just 1 year of them costs $40. And there's 3 of those year packs. The cheapest one is $32, the second cheapest is $40, and the newest one that's currently running is $50. Like, holy shit, fighting games are a scam, no? That's how they make money? It's crazy, though. It didn't used to be that way, I think. But the more recent a fighting game is, it's always just, oh, here's a bare minimum of characters, like 8 characters tops, and then we slowly trickle out 1 character over 3 months and sell them to you for the entire price of the game again. Like, holy shit, man. What's on the other side of them? You just know it's going to be terrifying, don't you? Since it's the Madame Tussauds special exhibit. Seems you have to pay extra to go inside. I know, can you believe that? Pay more money? As if we haven't been scared enough already. Not my doing, Mr. Naruhodo. Check this out. This one's posture reveals his weakness. Is she gonna fling the wax figure? Please don't. We don't have the money to pay for that. The killer stands, leaves him wide open to attack. I'm quite sure I could see him off. With a Susato takedown, and a Susato squash, and finally a Susato smash. And if that doesn't render the culprit unconscious, a Susato slam should finish him. Oh, I'm sorry. It's rather hard to explain. Leave yourself open slightly, and I'll demonstrate. Absolutely not. The experimentation stage. The Great Exhibition. Yo, free dog! The fact that this exhibition is even open after there was a murder is crazy. It's as though it's taken us 2 hours just to make our way through the crowds to this point. Has it? I shut my brain down, so I didn't really notice, to be honest. Gosh, I do wish I had your absence of mind sometimes, Mr. Naruhodo. Hey, rude. There you are. I had a feeling you lot would show your mugs before long. Is it Grexy? Of course it is. I don't know whether they even make it a mystery. Inspector Gregson! I see you're hard at work as usual. Warm greetings to you. I do hope you've been keeping well since last we met. Oh, he thinks Iris is with us, so he's being nice? What's with all this ceremony? Just saw each other in court this morning. Imagine having more than 3 characters to talk to. Okay, I mean... You usually talk to... the police guy, the prosecutor, and then just everybody else involved in the case, no? Isn't that usually how it goes? And then your assistant yaps at you with funny quips as you look around the scene, but in this game there's not really funny quips as you look around the scene. Where's the everybody else? Well, honestly, I don't need to talk to the doctor guy. And that's pretty much everybody that's involved, except for the guy that's gonna be a surprise appearance tomorrow because we don't know his face. Well, no, I guess there's the Balloon Man and the German War Boy. But they probably don't exist anymore. They served their purpose and got written out. The Witch Lady? Honestly, I did miss the Witch Lady. The Wax Witch Lady probably comes back later as a witness to be like, yes, I actually sold them the lifelike wax figurine, yada yada. Ding, 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 ding. Might be a bit rough around the edges, but he's still a proper English gentleman at heart, I suppose. Didn't he falsify evidence and lie in court? As you've properly guessed, we were hoping to investigate the scene some more. Right, well, that's the Young Trainees Domain expansion. Oi, get over here, Gina! Speaking of domain expansion, I'm just gonna throw in random horse facts. And there's a horse, funnily enough, called Nice Nature, and her entire deal is that she gets skills that not benefit her, but that debuff everybody else that's racing with her. She seems to be busy playing with a puppy, probably giving it a traditional East End training. Gina? She's a police officer now. Amazing, isn't it? She's a good kid, actually. Heart's in the right place. Anyway, she's got a detection bug. Oh, she's got the detection bug, if you ask me. Yup. I think she'll follow in my footsteps nicely. What do you mean? I'm being transferred. It's time for me to say toodaloo to London. But sudden, isn't it? I have no idea. You take one of the jurors at this point? Just please stop making us talk to Sholmes and Gregson always. Yeah. Honestly, I think you can even make the jurors interesting, because a lot of them are like related to the cases with their special knowledge. So you could talk to them and their expertise, so they give you some insight, which might collect some evidence. Haha, not likely, but you're welcome to try. Don't mind a trip to France, that is. France? I'm working in the Paris Police Prefecture. Should be right up my alley. But France? It's an entirely different country. What? I don't understand. Why would you be sent there? The way the adult world works, sunshine. Don't go poking your nose around where it's not wanted. Brother, he's from Japan, working in Britain, and he's like, what? You're going one country over? That's crazy! Just for work, huh? They all have unique designs as well, but they're just so underutilized. I think that's why, like, 4 of the jurors were in basically every case in the first game. And I need to take the kid with me when I go. What? You're taking Gina to Paris? That sounds like a bad comedy movie. I can't leave her here in London. Who knows what would become of her? Suppose he's worried she'd slip back into slipping her hands into people's pockets and purses. I don't think he's worried about her pickpocketing, Mr. Naruto. I think he's worried about the Reaper. Oh, of course. So, that's playing on Inspector Gregson's mind too, isn't? Honestly, I am so surprised we didn't go into a flashback here to explain what the fuck the Reaper is. I haven't mentioned any of this to Gina, so don't go blabbering, you hear? But no, of course not. Gotta keep that Dive Diva safe and sound. Till all this is over at least. Oi! Just call me a bloomin' Dive Diva again. So you heard that, did ya? Right, well. Any questions about the scene? You can put them to my capable detective Diva here. Alright, you heard the boss. Victor Lestrade's in charge here now. Suppose I better keep my word and not mention anything about Paris. Why? I have a question for a god. Isn't he great? Toby's the name. The dog does seem lovely. But it's not so lovely Inspector Gregson that's playing on my mind, to be honest. I mean, can I just leave? Can I just move? Because I'd rather check out the crime scene, you know? Wait! It's off limits up there! Why? Try to sneak past me again. And it's up here a girl for the boss's fish and chips? I love fish and chips. Of course we need special permission. Why? Fish and chips me. Yeah, I guess we have to talk to her. Before we get to do anything. Tell me about the dog. Dog me. Did you find that little mudbend Gina? Oi, I'm so flaming rude, or? It's a light overreaction, I think. Ain't no mud, alright. Toby's, how'd you put it? Part of the family? Bonafide detective? Giving him a proper title and everything. It's Chief Inspector Toby to you. More senior than Inspector Gregson, is he? Oh, so he's a police dog, is he? The police recruit dogs now. I've heard that they're already being used officially in Germany as part of their city policing. They're used for chasing criminals and such like. They have a wonderful sense of smell after all. I have a fairly good sense of smell myself as it happens. Brother, are you trying to compete with a dog in sniffing? Are you insane? You can tell undergarments that have been freshly laundered from undergarments that have... What's happening? Isn't it super normal that dogs can swim? Isn't that like something they can do by instinct alone? Like babies? I think it's so funny that babies know how to swim and hold their breath and dive, and then you wait a couple years and throw a child in and they immediately just go under like a stone and drown. They just completely forget, like, why are humans just so shit when it comes to children? Every other child in nature just comes out fully formed, perfectly ready for the world, and meanwhile, we have to be fucking safeguarded for years so we don't self-destruct on accident. Just another point for humans being trash. The fact that we somehow became the dominant species globe-wide is insane. With the stats we have. Oh dear, sorry Gina, I don't think I agree with your vision quite as such. Well anyway, whatever you think about that, Toby here is Britain's first police dog. Went down the East End the other day. Someone had just chucked him out on the street. You're such a kind-hearted soul, aren't you? To children and to animals. I mean, listen, okay. I was just about to say I like the dog, but can we move on with the plot? It was great, weren't it? Had a right laugh. It was a new one on me then. You know, being caught and not spending the whole time worrying about until we found out. You did keep an awful lot of secrets in all your previous court appearances, didn't you? Yeah. Notice made things out for me every single time and all. Nice that we recap the thing that we... Well, I guess this is the second game, so you've never seen her in court, but still, come on, man. Watching someone else get in the neck. It's a lot of fun, actually. It was amazing when you showed that dodgy Professor Dodgy experiment was a total fix. Like the dog. How about we spend the next 3 hours on it? Oh, don't worry, we're gonna spend like 4 hours on it in court when it turns out that, oh, the dog sniffed somebody out and you can totally trust the dog, and then you have to prove that you can trust the dog, and then you have to prove that the dog actually belongs to the scene of the crime, and then you have to prove that the one pointing out the dog is actually the person there because the dog also sniffs a piece of evidence, and then you have to start proving that the dog is actually colorblind, so it can't have picked out the wrong color of balloon. It's the boss I feel sorry for. Sent off to do the impossible. You mean? Supposed to arrest that Alakov Annie, and in time for tomorrow and all. You know, the dodgy engineer. What's his name again? Mr. Drebber, you mean? Enoch Drebber. That's the one, yeah? The police are looking for this mysterious man with a black monocle. I guess they would be. Another fun horse fact. There's a horse. It's the one horse that everybody went crazy for wailing to get the support card, Kita-san Black. After retirement, that horse just, you know, didn't feel like stop racing, so other horses next to it in the pasture, it constantly went up to the fence to challenge them to a race and then raced along the fence with them. And when people noticed that, the people taking care of him, they took overweight horses, put them in the pasture next to Kita-san Black, so Kita-san would challenge them to a race, and they would race with it to lose weight. And then once they lost enough weight, they put the horse back out and put the next overweight horse back in. So Skull and Yada trying to track dumpster Enoch River. I wonder if they had any luck. Life hacks? For real. He's really funny looking. Got 2 eyes, but don't match. Saw a glimpse of a picture of him earlier. I mean, I didn't actually pitch it or nothing. The old devil's got it. Sorry, who? You know, that Scout and Reaper, what's always with the long glasses, a little blood red blonde. Yeah, Liver Zieks. It's always had it in for me, like, oh, doing what he's always scouting about mind. Probably would have been a pretty good boss as it goes. I'd rather be the Reaper's apprentice than a detective's trainee. The way I see it. If the choice is between a chip-guzzling detective and a chalice-glugging demigod, wait, okay. Is he confessing his love right now? What's going on? You're equally badly off with both. I suppose you're right. I hadn't thought of it like that. We put that one to bed. He wishes he could put that demigod to bed. Anyway, point is, everyone at the yachts dead set on finding the fishy engineer. But there don't seem to be no clues to go on, so they're stuck. That can lead us to Drebber at all. What about the dog? Have we tried the dog? We're actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Around here you can do what you like, so why'd you stop me before? Are we playing with my new friend here? You're such a great detective. And go up there, Suze. Like I told Oro yesterday, even I am allowed near that wreck. Why? That doesn't matter though, that was revoked. Forensic investigation team? You're still supposed to get permission from some bigwig or other? Okay, so I'll just go to Vampire Lord. Oh, Stronghold. Strongheart, same guy. He's always watching. Who the hell is that? It has the apprentice code on, kind of. New character just dropped. Don't block the view, man. Oh, the young champion of the court. You had some success this morning, I understand. And you've thrown the entire government into disarray as a result. You mean because of Professor Hairbrain's experiment? How did I throw the government into, like, huh? Sham science being demonstrated at London's Great Exhibition. The court's been made to look foolish and now politicians are scrambling to respond. I thought it's a well-known fact that a lot of the exhibition stuff is actually shams. Why am I being blamed here? Liver Zieks in Whitehall as we speak, giving an emergency briefing. Oh dear, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. None of this is your responsibility. The government is entirely to blame for having been taken in. So why'd you blame me? Fucking Christ. Special dispensation that prevents investigation at the scene will be annulled later today. Once that happens, my forensic investigation team will move in and deal with that scrap metal in no time. Scrap metal now, is it? Some apothecary type, and she has a lot of bonzi. Is she? I doubt she's the mom. I'm guessing she's the sister. Until later, Lord Strongheart of Zieks, Ziki. Okay, I did like her outfit. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Oh, right. I forgot that we had a named coroner. Wait, but maybe she's a cousin or something? I don't know. It's leading the forensic investigation team handling this case. During the outcome of the trial earlier, I asked the coroner's office to reevaluate its findings. I don't have time to tell you what she concluded. If you want to know, you'll have to ask her directly. Okay. You can find her in the forensics laboratory. Oh, right. That makes sense. No, what were you here to see me about? Special permission to investigate. I can give you 7 minutes and 39 seconds of my time. I need like 5 seconds. It's not running quite so spectacularly late anymore. What exactly is the forensic investigation team that you mentioned before? Brother, then we have more important stuff to talk about. Research must become the most exemplary in the world. And for that to happen, it's imperative that we embrace forensic science and everything it has to offer. I first created the forensic investigation team a year ago now, unofficially of course, to pave the way. Our criminals will suffer dearly. What do you mean? For too long, those scoundrels have made a mockery of our legal system with false evidence and bribes. But London's scum is about to be rounded up and burned in the fires of hell. Interesting phrasing here. I intend to see to it personally. By creating the finest police force the world has ever known to protect our honor and our future. Look at those eyes, he means every word. Dr. Scythe is an extremely reliable coroner. When I officially established the forensics division at Scotland Yard, she will run it as my right-hand woman. Now then, speaking of the symposium, Miss Mikutova. Oh, yes, my lord. Your father should be on the high seas as we speak, making his way here to represent the Empire of Japan. Yeah, that's right. I understand. He will arrive at the beginning of next month. Are you acquainted, Lord Strongheart? With Professor Mikutova, I mean? It was many years ago, but yes. I remember Dr. Mikatoba very well. Dr. Mikatoba. If my memory serves, it was some 15 years ago now that your father came to Britain as a visiting student. It was the year I was born, so yes, 16 years ago in fact. Mikatoba was a young practitioner of forensic science, and Jigoku accompanied him as a young promising judge. The punctiliousness of politeness of the Japanese at the time impressed us greatly. Not that I wish to imply impoliteness or carelessness on your part in any way. Dr. Mikatoba studied forensics at one of London's great large hospitals. Saint Sinners, if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Scythe was also there then, as it happens. And then Dr. Scythe knows my father, does she? She was a young medical assistant at the time, so I doubt their paths crossed regularly. But yes, she is your mother, in fact. I've no doubt they knew each other superficially. After all, Dr. Mikatoba was here studying his subject for some 6 years in total. 6 years? What the hell? It's a long time to be studying abroad, isn't it? I lived with my grandmother in those years. So, okay. Dude has a child and then abandons it to study. So he left his newly born daughter behind and went overseas for 6 whole years. And he didn't even accomplish anything because the Japanese legal system doesn't acknowledge forensic sciences and is really behind the times. Perhaps father wanted a reason to get away. I mean, yeah, it sounds like it. No offense. Well, clearly something was going on at the time. I wanted to ask you about Liver Zieks, actually. I heard that his older brother was killed some years ago. A mass murderer known as the Professor who targeted nobles and royalty, is that right? You Japanese are a thorough lot. You've done your research well. Yes. And you could say it was that very incident that gave rise to the Reaper. When his brother Clint von Zieks was murdered, it was just after young Baroque had graduated at the University of London and become a prosecutor. When obvious criminals who managed to evade conviction in court started disappearing, rumors quickly spread throughout the capital. And then I start to say that whenever Baroque von Zieks went, yeah, we get it. We need to be well versed in science to investigate. Special dispensation legally preventing investigation of the machine is currently being annulled. In a few hours, Dr. Scythe's team of forensic experts will begin their own investigation, but I suppose until then, there's no harm in looking at the wreckage, as long as you touch nothing. How am I supposed to investigate it if I'm not allowed to touch anything? I don't see how that is any different from yesterday. Important matters to attend to in preparation for the symposium, you understand? Let's get out of here. Let's talk to the nicely dressed lady. Okay. I'm guessing the bird top right is real. The one with the red eyes. I believe this is it. Dr. Scythe's laboratory. The chemical smell really assaults the nose. And there's plenty to assault the eyes here too. It's as though the doctor isn't here. But we're here now, and so we may as well look around. This isn't tourist you've become. Just have a look around, being careful not to upset any restless souls. Check bird. Looks like an owl and a crow up there. Giving forensics a bad name? I don't know. Looks really pretty normal. Well, no, they wouldn't have. The taxidermy mounts, Mr. Naruhodo. I was afraid you were going to say that. I'm trying very hard to tell myself they're just sleeping with their eyes open. Is taxidermy still toxic to touch? I know that it used to be very poisonous, so you weren't supposed to touch them barehanded. I would not like to work in a place like this. Very tidy though, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Imagine how efficiently she must work. The lighting is poor, which is bad for the eyes, and the chemical smell can be good for you. Don't think so, but don't know much about it. Yeah, same here. But I mentioned the skeleton watching over you as you work, which is definitely bad for the nerves. Those are valid concerns? Not really, it's part of her work. It's like going to the lawyer's office and being like, oh, all these legal books must be really confusing for your brain to, work around. Then just about cope with a one-eyed room doll watching over me. Look at this, what am I gonna send display case? Cherry wood has been polished to a high sheen, and the intricate carving is a joy to behold. Western cabinet makers really are very skilled, aren't they? You have nothing to say about the skeleton inside, Mr. Naruto. Mr. Sato, can't you tell that I'm trying very hard to avoid talking about the terrifying contents in the case? Nothing particular to note? Okay. Nothing particular about the bloodstains or the bone saws? Some bones? Yeah, I don't see the issue either. Couple of a set of sharp tools. When you consider each in isolation, it all looks quite innocent. So why is it that when you put them side by side, they seem so horribly disturbing because you're a bitch? Unironically, you're just a wimp. Seeing the large tome that's open on the desk, it does make me wonder though. How anyone can concentrate on bookwork with this acrid odor of chemicals in the air. You'd either have to have a cast iron constitution or a really terrible sense of smell. Those large jars seem to have pale things floating around inside them. Not the jars. Of course, they're fruit liquors or something. Yes, please drink them. Like the pickled umeboshi plums we make it back home. Well, I had jars like that in his laboratory as well. I expect they're human organs in a preserving solution, probably as examples of some rare medical condition. Mr. Sato, there are some things in the world that it's perfectly fine never to know about, ever. So as I said, I'm sure they're fruit liquors or umeboshi, aren't they? Look at all the bottles on the shelves and the cabinets. What an assortment of chemicals. These ones here are labeled highly toxic. That's worrying, because there are also things that look like salt and pepper shakers in there. Oh yes, and they actually say salt and pepper on them. The doctor probably spends a lot of time in this room, I suppose. Perhaps she has meals here sometimes. This place, despite its looks, was surprisingly boring to investigate. I was expecting at least more varied, like maybe, you know, maybe the humor doesn't hit for me, but at least more varied dialogue than you click on anything in this room and then Naruhodo goes, "Whoa, scary, I don't want to talk about it." And then Susato goes like, "Oh, my bad." This case really isn't it. What I expect with the biggest pansy in the world? Okay, I mean, still, I don't know, some variety going on. Why can't I? Didn't I just get permission? Do I need to tell her that I got permission? Couldn't I do that as I fucking hate this. It's so unnecessary. Just tell her as I click there. Also, why do we just repeat the entire dialogue tree again? I'm losing my mind. Well, it's given us permission to examine the scene, as long as we do something. I'm sure everything will be fine. Yippee! We made it. So this is the machine that was used to deceive people into thinking instantaneous kinesis had taken place. That's right, or that was the machine. A little worse for wear now. What extraordinary lengths Professor Hairbrain went to in order to obtain the research grant. No, Professor was strict as well. He didn't know anything about it. Ah, yes, of course. It's amazing though, isn't it? The scale of the whole affair is so very British. I don't know what that means. You'd never see such a grand deception in Japan, that's for sure. What? Huh? So, how is he up here? If no one's allowed up here? You're saying it's really capitalist? Ah. Oh my god, like... Naruhodo Ryunosuke also keeps flip-flopping between he's the Reaper, he's not the Reaper, so it's all a myth after all. What? The survivors? What? But he's the Reaper. No, he's not the Reaper. Holy shit. I can't. I don't know, this chapter's really bad. I can't deal with it. We might just have to end stream earlier today than usual. What's up, my guy? The least approachable man in the world winner 10 years in a row. Be strong, Mr. Naruhodo. Your country and your assistants stand firm behind you. Lord Von Zieks. What? Well, beautiful weather we're having, isn't it? I was making it quite clear that I didn't want to be disturbed. Apparently, you Nipponese are unequipped to read the signs. Oh, I read them. Did Nosuke ever consider that maybe not being an utter asshole would make the least approachable man ever not more approachable? Ah. Entry to this area is prohibited. Okay, but clearly I got permission if I'm here, no? You really dislike him? So far, he hasn't really put a strong foot forward. I think in general, he's kind of lacking in character. Like, all he got going on for him is, I was accused of murder that one time, which isn't really a character trait in my opinion, and I want to uphold my best friend's ideas, even though I don't quite know what they are. That's his character. And he's a giant pansy that constantly shivers in his timbers at the sight of anything. Because from the first game, ever since this game started, he's just such a major wimp. Yeah. You've managed to disturb me. Never mind. State your business then. When I think of it, there are quite a few things I'd like to ask Lord Von Zieks about. Not least of which is that awful case, even though it's... Hey, I know, unrelated question, you know? Well, we're both trying to keep your best, or your one friend to not get killed. About your brother being horribly murdered back in the day. There's actually... Oh man. Flint was the name of your older brother, I understand, Lord Von Zieks. Juniperese, I always have to be on guard whenever you're around. So you've been investigating me, have you? Oh, no, it's not like that. Alright, it's a bit like that. My older brother was also a prosecutor. He was the pride of the Von Zieks family. But tragically, a vicious killer took him from us. The professor, you mean? That's the extent of what you've discovered, isn't it? I shouldn't be surprised. Sorry, there's more to it then? Lackluster work. This is very much your trademark, isn't it? Got him! You're too kind. Are you going to tar all Nipponese with the same brush next? Okay, so the game's even calling itself out on its stereotypical writing. On the fact that most characters have like 3 lines in their dialogue tree. He asked him if there's more to it, and then goes, oh, there's more to this, 2 lines later. Don't question it. As it happens, Lord Von Zieks, there's a rather curious case that's come to our attention. Are you aware of the Madame Tussauds Museum of Waxwork by any chance? I am, naturally. I believe that since last month I featured in one of their displays there for public scorn. Of course, the infamous Reaper of the Bailey would have to be exhibited, wouldn't he? Well, a particular waxwork has been stolen from the place and held for ransom. A particular waxwork? Which? Wait, you mean? Yes, it's the Professor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating the case as we speak. Is he? I thought he was just standing there as a statue. Wasn't aware of that. Don't worry, me too. He's turned as white as a sheet. He's always white as a sheet. He is the sheet. The police trying to locate the engineer. I mean, what do you think? What the fuck? The judge ordered that yesterday. Of course they're looking for him. No, actually, they're taking their time so we can win this case easier. It goes without saying, yeah, you think so. We're very keen to see him found as well. What? Once again, goes without saying. They ordered it today, 3 hours ago? Oh, was that today? I thought the case was yesterday. We went home to nap and then Susato yapped at us and then we went. Trouble is, we don't have much to go on aside from the description of the man we heard in court earlier. Am I gonna make any more obvious statements or do I actually have a point here to make? According to Professor don't do this to me. A tall, thin gentleman who has straight white hair and wears... I was just wondering, I mean, I realize it's probably not possible, but... we'd very much appreciate any more clues you can give us. Clues for what? What's happening? I have a photograph of the man here from an investigation 10 years ago. Is that the professor? Goldstone? I can read the rest. He already had a black monocle at the time. Nothing. I was just surprised that you shared that with us. We all need the man's testimony, which means we have to do everything we possibly can to track him down in the short time available. So, why wouldn't I show you the photograph? What is it about Lord Zieks? Sometimes I just can't work him out at all. It's because you're a dumbass. Photograph of Drebler has been entered into the courtroom records. Ah, the file I requested for the trial tomorrow. Are you alright? Who is that man? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord von Zieks' apprentice, apparently. So I'm not the only one. Susato-san can see it too. The dead person. Lord von Zieks? May we speak with your apprentice for a moment? With him? Why? Are we going to reveal it? Oh no, he just excuse. Kazuma-sama! Kazuma... Don't. If they fucking pull some shit like he's alive but he lost his memory somehow. Your posture, your presence. I mean, probably his voice too, no? Wouldn't you recognize the voice? But something strange the very first time I encountered this cloaked figure. As if I knew him somehow. Can it? Can it really be you, Kazuma? Can we really drag this out some more? What do you mean too late? Just follow him down the stairs. Zero observation on you? On us, rather? What's your interest in my apprentice exactly? Do you act as if you know the man or something? Since when has he been in your care? I don't really recall you having an apprentice before I left Britain 6 months ago. Lord Strong had introduced me to him about 3 months ago now. With instructions to mentor him as a prosecutor. But he didn't tell you why, did he? The man appears to be suffering from amnesia. He's forgotten every last detail about himself. Okay. This is not it, but I still think it's a funny theory. What if Lord Strongheart, with the help of Dr. Scythe, just creates like an MK Ultra type Giga police force for himself of brainwashed foot soldiers, and he kind of lobotomized Kazuma and has him trained under Zieks as like a nice and moldable prosecutor, and Lord Von Zieks turns out to be Clint, and he was just kind of implanted with false memories after they deleted his brain that he's actually the brother that survived somehow. And Baron von Zieks never actually existed, and he's just Clint but renamed so the public wouldn't realize. Or some shit like that. Tomorrow he will appear in court at my side. What? He's to serve as my judicial assistant on Lord Strongheart's orders. He'll be in court with us. Now then, unless I'm much mistaken, I believe this conversation has run its course. Only saw a reaction there. When Susato-san called out like that, it really seemed to hit a nerve. When she called out Kazuma-san. Give me a flashback to him turning around, just for fun please, just to drag it out more. What do we have here? What a terrible explosion it must have been. Even the steel girders have buckled and twisted in the blast. And what they call the bird cage was right in the middle of it all, just here. It's almost like there's hinges all around the platform. I don't think there's any doubt that this was the very elaborate hoax, is there? So can we, like, open it, follow it down, anything? Anything at all? This wasn't here yesterday. It looks like birdcage number 1. That's right, the birdcage. According to what Professor Hairbrain said in court, it's made of wood. Or more precisely, Japanese cypress, I think. And despite having been in an explosion and then falling from a great height, it's relatively unharmed. What a wonderfully durable construction, wouldn't you say, Mr. Naruhodo? I understood that the forensic investigation team had taken it away yesterday to examine it. Of course, they must have brought it back here when they finished their work. But sadly, not with the body inside it. No, that's right. Okay, if they brought it back, where would they dump it here? And laying on the side. We were given strict instructions not to touch anything, but still, I'm gonna touch it. Dun, dun, dun. You already met that masked man, hadn't you, Mr. Naruto? Why do we talk about that now? Oh, look here, Mr. Susato. Oh yes, the wood's cracked and broken a little, I suppose, because it fell from such a great height. Yes, from the height at which the balloon was flying down into the crystal tower below. All about 30 feet or 9 meters, leaving the man inside tragically dead. Dun, dun, dun. Is that all? Okay. Yes, yesterday, in fact, at Lord Von Zieks' office. I see. And if Kazuma-sama really is still alive, it means that Mr. Sholmes lied to us. And no, we're going to need to speak to him about that. It's kind of crazy that Sholmes almost had me executed just because he had to lie for some reason. You're going to have to leave now. The forensic investigation team are due to arrive shortly. If they find you here, it'll cause problems. I don't think it'll cause problems, considering we got, you know, permission from their boss. Could see him doing it on a whim. I could see him doing that intentionally just because he's an asshole. Oh yeah, but that would mean that Sholmes is in the whole MK Ultra stuff, which honestly would be funny too. I mean, I don't think we have anything to say to each other. Well, I guess we do. Actually hoping that we could investigate the scene again. Yeah, alright, if it's around here I can... Okay, good. Continue. I'm just trainee, ain't I? Ain't nothing. The scorching on the grunt that you mentioned. This green balloon, the envelope. All clear evidence of the balloon that exploded. Poor Professor Hairbrain. I do feel sorry for him that his dreams have been shattered like this. So now we go to Wax Lady. We do not. We actually go to Forensics Lady. We do not. We actually go to... Prison? Oh, so sorry to interrupt. Mr. Naruto. Who is this young lady? Susuru Mikado, Mr. Naruto's judicial assistant. Pleasure to meet you, Professor. Oh, if only I'd met a refined young woman like you. None of this would have happened. I do not owe him anything. Because I've been such a complete and utter colored. You're right there. What have you been working on in your cell? I don't care. Suddenly struck by an idea you see, and I simply had to write it down. The wall was all I had at hand. The hypothesis? Something to suppress high voltage instantaneous kinesis, maybe? Oh, no, actually, this is to make autobiography. Oh, I thought it was gonna be like, oh, this is actually a sandwich recipe. How I was diddled and fiddled? That is... I'm sorry to hear that, I guess. But I can represent an odd fortune with my odd numbers in an ambitious set of simultaneous equations. Going to have to... that kind of case? Yeah, I guess that explains a lot about why he acts the way he does. Can we stop saying that? I don't want to talk to you. That aged really poorly? I don't think so. I think back when this was written, that was already, you know, clearly not what that meant. That meaning already existed back then. It's come to this, there was really no other way. No, it's not your fault. I want to protect my work, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Never my intention to deceive anyone. Well, then why'd you deceive everyone? You realize something? You've done something wrong without knowing it. You've still done something wrong. Logically, it makes no difference if you were aware of it or not. This guy went overseas to study. Ignorance is a poor excuse. The blame still lies with me. He believed in me this morning, you know? Barrock did. He believed in my hypothesis. I think it was just a necessary factor in the prosecution establishing the case. Barrock wouldn't do something like that. I'm sure he genuinely believed it. I know. Why it was that he decided to take on the prosecution in my trial, I mean. After that terrible accident happened, nobody would believe in my hypothesis anymore. Not the police, not the prosecution services, and not any lawyers even. Like I dealt some kind of finishing blow there. So, if any other prosecutor had taken the case, if it was anyone other than Barrock, I'm sure the prosecution would have declared my hypothesis a complete and utter nonsense. In that case, you would have been declared a fraud yourself, Professor. Well, he's a fraud, like, I'm sorry. Well, he's not a complete fraud, you know, because he didn't build the machine, he was just duped. But still. It would have been a fate worse than death for me, but Berg insisted that I was a proper man of science from start to finish. Oh, you think that's why he... I know him very well indeed. He's an extremely kind-hearted soul. But that extremely kind-hearted soul spent all morning trying to paint you as a murderer, didn't he? Well, admittedly, that part of the analysis appears to have some flaws in it. And what about the whole Reaper side of things? How does that fit with the kind-hearted soul idea? Mr. Assman. I think he set out to trick me from the very start. What? The criminal? Set out to do criminal things from the start? No way. He wouldn't do anything like that. When I first met him, he introduced himself as a wealthy financier. He looked over the paper I'd written and said my work would benefit all humanity and must be pursued. He was so enthused, he was so empathetic, but in reality, he was the mastermind of some vast criminal network, it seems. I still can't believe it. As the machine was essentially a self-decoration for some stage magic. Probably didn't require a large amount of investment, actually. The scale of it wasn't just a small trick, it really was. It was a trap door and some smoke, my guy. I don't think that's that high-tech. All young scientists are full of hope about their burgeoning ideas. Many of us take barely legal part-time work to try to earn just a few measly pennies and carry on. To go through all of that, only to be taken for a complete fool, it's too rotten to believe. It is, I agree. That's why we have to find those responsible and bring them to justice. Mr. Asman is no more, of course, which leaves only the engineer. Mr. Enoch Drebber. Is Enoch Drebber gonna turn out to be like an anagram or something? He's an engineer, or a magician, or a swindler. It was about a year ago when Mr. Asman first brought Drebber to the meet. Since then I've met him many times to discuss details about the kinesis machine, but also the point that anything he was just an illusionist. Oh, he definitely wasn't just some illusionist. What do you mean? He was a wealth of deep scientific knowledge. And there's no question that the man's a genius scientist. It's instantly apparent in conversation. I see. But the wretched man deceived you, Professor. It's unforgivable. We must do everything we can to find him and bring him to justice. And no more clues you can give us as to his whereabouts. I'm sorry. We only ever discussed the kinesis machine, nothing else. Although, just once, I did visit his workshop. What workshop? Dro's enormous fabrication laboratory, where I constructed my great machine. Why didn't you mention this before? Because he's a fucking idiot and he deserves to die. Hang him, drown him, both. This guy's so painfully stupid, it actually hurts me through the screen. Shita's not going to want to hear this. You forgot? My fucking god. Oh, but I have this piece that I took from him that kinda still smells like him, so if you had like a dog that could sniff you, probably lead you to it. The scent of that oil. Perfumers across the world should forget their secret formula and use it instead. What do you think, Mr. Sato? Order machine for your next birthday? Use any kind of perfume as a Naruto. I'm not sure I'd like to start with that. I never use perfume actually, I just naturally smell this good. I suppose you know even part of the workshop's address, Professor? You don't have a business card for Mr. Drover, for example? The man was clearly very cautious, Mr. Sato. No! Yes, I do. He gave me his business card once. It's right here, look. What? Let me see that. Thank God we're done here. If I never have to talk to this guy again, it'll be too soon. Oh, it's the machine oil. Take a whiff of that. It doesn't appear to have any scent at all. Don't worry, I expect that just because that's... Yeah, I'm still learning the letters at the moment. I know A to E, so if it ain't too much bleeding trouble. Actually, Gina, your dog's more useful here. Turns out this is very high quality French machine oil. Has a very particular scent apparently. You don't say. Let's have a whiff then. You sure? I don't smell nothing. No, we didn't mean that you should smell it. Oh right, I got a dog. Look at this dog that came in handy for this case, and I just found it, this case. Look at this thing that we established right here to solve the corners we write ourselves into. Write the note or leave it to me. Sorry, we're gonna be going after that doggy engineer cove right this minute. Hang on, someone's supposed to be on guard duty here. But we can't help. We need to get on with our investigation as well, Gina. Well, we should take one policeman with us though, right? So they can arrest them. Get the oil sand, yeah. Come on then, boy. Why aren't we going with them? She looks like she's about to use that dog as ammo. The dog does look really gun-like. So now we go here. I lied. Now we go here. I lied. Now we go... Wait, nobody's here to stop us, so maybe we go back up to see the investigation team. Where Scythe is, and then we yap to Scythe. Okay, fuck me, I guess. We don't make me talk to Sherlock, man. Please, there's not a lot of options left here. Lord Chief Justice, talk to me. God damn it. Oh, we have to. Why though? Like, what insight can he possibly offer us? Or maybe he's not even here, in which case, what the hell am I doing here? Okay, what the hell am I doing here? You got me, game. I'm a tad confused. What do I do? Why am I getting crazy deja vu? Did I have a weird dream where the scenery popped up? Where to go? Do I need to look at this guy's formula? I can't examine anything, okay? The only one I can talk to, so if I have to present something, it has to be that. Would you like to have an office like this? Don't think so. Imagine if you suddenly found yourself needing the toilet. Would have to go so far. Holy first world problems. An open fire for me. Install one in the office. An open fire in the wooden attic? I don't think so. Very European suits of armor. Guardian. Read all these books even if you were reincarnated 6 times. Thinking about it, father studies full of books that look as though they've never been read too. Peddlers of books are forever pushing their wares on him, you see. I think he's just too kind-hearted to refuse them. The phrase for that in Britain, people would say they saw him coming. So there's nothing here. So we go to Sholmes' suite and maybe just poke around until somebody pops up. Do be careful. Don't mistakenly put your feet somewhere. You'd suffer terrible burns. Worry sometimes about how citizen sees me. The dumbass, naturally. All sorts of these shelves, chemistry, apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It all happened up, heaped up so high. I have a feeling that the whole thing is going to topple at any moment. It looks as though it might topple, and it doesn't give it off Mr. Sholmes' intelligence. I don't get it as it happens. I'm quite well practiced when it comes to stacking stuff. It's as though it might topple, and it does. Yeah, the epitome of your disarray. My eye is always drawn to the big metal chest. Where Eris keeps buried stuff. Stories. Mr. Sholmes kick it? Or something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture though. It was fine, Mr. Sholmes was doubled up. So Sholmes' curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries, so... One of my favorite parts of this room, full of items with such stuff. And I do believe he's added to it. And now there is a mysterious rinseness, a mysterious little box. Dum, dum, dum. I much remember this behemoth's name, the Great Analytico. I think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? Oh, is that right? Yeah, because I was with the pawnbroker. Oh, of course. Yeah, that's giving me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. The office would be tidy already. It's a Stradivarius. Stradivarius or something. They even try. If I remember correctly, this large and imposing lump of iron is called a typewriter. Do you think that every single one of these adventures of Sherlock Holmes blossomed? It's such a dream, though. Actually, to go in. Well, it's only by carefully taking care of a tea set that you can make good tea. A roundabout way of telling me I need to tidy my desk. Oh, Mr. Naruto, you do overthink things at times. Cyrus is a wonderful collection of medicines, potions, and so on and so forth. Looks a little something or other. This one here reads a deadly poison. Oh, drink it. Okay, so there's nothing here either, so do I have to present the dweeb with something? Because I don't see what would be up here. Was through there, should exactly as you left it. Still never been inside, I've never been invited. Of course not. Only Aris is allowed in my room. Something, something, the room is a maiden's heart. Onions. I see all our sea creatures doing so well. Prawns are still swaying and the anemones are still swaying. I used to drool whenever I looked at those juicy prawns, but not anymore. They're like part of the family now. I don't suppose they'll ever know how close they were to meeting their maker. You're just completely untouched, Mr. Sudo. Beautifully clean. There isn't a speck of dust there. Been cleaning in my absence, Mr. Naruto. Whatever next. Couldn't allow my great assistants just to sit there gathering dust, could I? It really is exactly as it was back when I left it. I'm so touched. But sadly, your desk is also exactly as it was too. Well, that's how it should be after all. Oh dear. I'd forgotten how that clean-cut smile can be so disarming. You see, I've been keeping my desk beautifully covered in papers as always. Yeah, I'm leaving. I'm going to the prison cell and checking that it has to be something there. There's gotta be something I have to show that dweeb for some reason, so you remember something. No conversation, right? Right. Let me present you. I know this guy. What a dumbass. That didn't help. I hate this man. I pressed the wrong button. I don't know, I doubt this is it, so I genuinely have no idea what the game wants from me right now. Okay. I've been everywhere. There's no one to talk anywhere. I haven't go to the forensics room. Okay, after I would have checked everything in my room, I would have Googled. I'm in the forensics room. There's a big book there, examine it. Okay, missed one small thing. It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies. And one of the entries seems rather strange, really. In what way? Buying 500 skeletons every month? 500? They must be working really hard on dissecting corpses. Or, you know, judicial autopsies are only carried out in certain special circumstances. You know, maybe he needs 500 because he goes the world and then he throws 10,000 scalpels at you. Get it? Because... yeah. That's the thing. Sup, lady? I am sadly no longer excited to see you. It was you who examined the victim's body, Mr. Asman. I came to ask you about your findings on Lord Strongheart's advice forward. If he has given you consent, then tell you will your investigation reveal. When we're done, you must leave immediately. Want to know what the forensic investigation team determined from the examination of the scene? Mr. Yasmin, who disappeared from the experimentation station with the explosion, and the Yasmin who appeared in the laser station part way up the tower, were without question one and the same person. I highly doubt that. That is the team's conclusion. God, you people are stupid. But that can't be right. It was an elaborate trick. We can only speculate about how it was carried out. Let's see if two people who look very similar to each other were involved. They could have made it appear as if one single person had switched places, couldn't they? Very true, but sadly, in this instance, that was not the case. The man who disappeared and the man who subsequently reappeared were the same. Can you please elaborate on that? Like, what makes you say that? The fingerprints at the scene make that quite evident. That means nothing. Like, the dude owned the project. Of course his fucking grimy fingers are gonna be all over the place. What do you mean? Evidence really is only found if it fucks me over. In the dumbest way. Instantaneous kinesis is impossible, and yet the body did move from one place to another. This hasn't cleared anything up at all. This... something... Mama, what is this? Where did she spring from? She just called the doctor Mama? This is a lawyer, dear? Oh, hello. Nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you. Yes, I'm a defense lawyer. Mama. Yes. Can I cut this one up? Holy shit. Please, yes. Release me. I've never seen inside an Eastern person before. I want to know what it looks like. Of course you can't. It's a live specimen, as you can very well see. Boring. I think I just had a near-death experience. Then let's leave before I'm mistaken for one. We've done all the investigating we can here for now. We just determined the whereabouts of Mr. Drebber. Gina and little Toby won't let us down. Now then, do you think we ought to try to speak with Mr. Sholmes at this point? We have things to discuss and I'm dying to meet him again. We have to find him at Madame Tussauds. He's supposed to be working there as a temporary waxwork exhibit. Yes, Eris told me all about his latest unusual adventure. Get examined, lady. What are you doing at the moment, Doctor? Am I flirting? What's going on? Keeping a close eye on things so no impertinent Easterners think they can look around my office. There's such impertinent Easterners around, how terrible. Yes, you. She doesn't mince her words, Miss Cicero. I think perhaps it's time we left. To spell me. Here we are again at the House of Horrors. I'm afraid I haven't got used to the place yet. So I like to turn on my heels and go straight home, get the confectionery of course. Rudy's after something sweet today, isn't she? Eek. What's the matter? Look, Mr. Naruto, look at that waxwork. I'm quite sure it wasn't there before. I thought she knew that he's standing in here and that he's not real waxwork. Why am I even questioning it? Ah, the friend of my dedicated employee. Hello again, it's Ryunosuke Naruto. I must say I'm quite spellbound by the great detective. He is a marvel. My precious waxwork is already back where it belongs. You don't mean... But yes, the mystery is solved already. Wow, Mr. Sholmes can really engage his brain when he's hungry enough. As you can see, he has returned to his habitual duties. Yes. His habitual duties? Hello. Do not disturb. Oh, I can't look beyond the curtain? Why not? Isn't the identity the whole thing? Really do need to speak with Mr. Sholmes and I'm longing to say hello again. Where is he? Kick that statue in the nuts. See what happens. But I died and gone to eternal paradise for a moment via London. My dear madame, allow me to make amends by offering you a tasty free deduction. And it's not of questionable street food quality. I don't understand. Why are you working as a waxwork here, Mr. Sholmes? This is a brokey. Really a secret identity, you understand? Though the case is largely solved now. Largely solved? We're talking about the waxwork abduction, I presume. Indeed we are, my good fellow. As I predicted, it was as easy as proverbial pie. Though I confess, I'm yet to partake in a pie, proverbial or otherwise, or any food so far today, for that matter. So I grumble like it around the whole museum. But you managed to solve it so quickly. Well, do remember I said I was... Anyway, I simply negotiated with the culprit. Maybe with so-called telephone. It's the most modern invention allowing you to hold a conversation with people far away. In Japan, only the imperial capital and a handful of other cities are connected as yet. This morning, a telephone call was received here from the perpetrators of the abduction. As such, I was able to negotiate terms, and in the end, the waxwork has returned. That's amazing. Just between you and I. It would appear the culprit had always intended to return the stolen waxwork in any event. Oh, but I thought whoever was responsible had demanded a ransom, no? Yeah, I think perhaps the ransom demand was necessary to avoid unwanted suspicion regarding the true motive. But does that not mean your negotiating was essentially unnecessary? The fact that I must ask you to keep from Madame Tuspel at all costs. A hungry young Iris awaits my return to Baker Street after all. Iris makes more money than you, don't pretend. We're in the process of trying to track somebody down. A man by the name of Enoch Drella. The swindler who duped Professor Hairbrain and the engineer who built the Kinesis. Swindler and an engineer. Quite the modern man. He also seems to be a conjurer of sorts too, with considerable knowledge of stage magic. We really need to locate him before the trial resumes tomorrow morning. But we have also fetched a few clues to go on. No data yet. It is a capital mistake to have good ideas before one has data. But I need something of the man's appearance. At least I may be in a better position to help. Fortunately for you, however, presently I have little to occupy myself and little to fill my stomach. As soon as you find any clue, no matter how small, I shall gladly give you my thoughts on it. Mr. Sholmes, did you lie to us? My dear Mr. Naruto, stay that piercing stare. What is this about? last winter when we were first on our way to Britain aboard the steamship. Your words were very clear. So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover the events that led to this curious murder. You told us that it was murder. You examined Kazuma-sama's body. Indeed. And wherein lies the problem? We met him earlier today, the victim, Kazuma Sogi. You're quite sure? He was wearing some sort of mask, and was apparently suffering from amnesia. But yes, I'm quite sure it was Kazuma-sama. You must have known at the time, Mr. Sholmes, that he wasn't actually dead. Well, I can only assume I was swept up in the murderous atmosphere of the moment. But the fellow wasn't dead at all. Ahaha. Priceless. Don't suppose that performance would pass muster, would it, Mr. Naruhodo? I believe that the crewmen present at the time made a mistake, but not you, Mr. Sholmes. I will now tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. Please, Mr. Sholmes, just let me shoot you in the head. Tomorrow in court you will find yourself on the threshold of a very great mystery. For now, I'm afraid that is all I can say. Well, all Englishmen look broadly the same, of course, so looking at the autograph won't be particularly instructive. Didn't you say as soon as you know what he looks like, you know everything? Like, are you gonna help? Yes, forgive me. Very interesting, this. Very interesting indeed. What's wrong, Mr. Sholmes? You've turned quite pale all of a sudden. I got a suggestion, indulge me. What is it? As I explained to you when you arrived, the missing waxwork has been returned. And I personally reinstalled it in the exhibit from which it was taken, behind those thick curtains. Oh yes, the professor exhibit, wasn't it? Would you like to see it? Yes, I've literally just been here the entire time looking forward to this moment where it's unveiled that it's the engineer guy. I mean, why do I pay at all? Why don't I just look? Money's been spent, so let's go and see. Doesn't seem right, somehow that Sholmes slipped the money into his own pocket, does that? No. Ah, we could ask Gina to retrieve it for us using our special skills, pickpocketing police officers and diddling detectives. Whatever. Mention demigod prosecutors taking the law into their own hands, or chip-loving inspectors. Dr. Gregson comes up rather well in this list. Just move it along. Do we really need this? So we turn on our heels and go straight home via a really big confectionery. Sorry, which part are we not serious about? The fact that they took their head off? The nerve of the great diddling detective is far more terrifying than anything else in this place. I forgot what Mr. Sholmes meant when he said the case was largely solved. Sholmes heavily implied there'd be a clue about the engineer in here, didn't he? But where? We paid 5 shillings. Let's do 5 shillings worth of investigation, shall we? This case's writing honestly rivals that of trash harem anime. Take the camera, please. But the exhibit is just as disturbing as the rest. It looks so real. The large shovel in his hand too, look. But should investigate a little more detail. Just turn him around already. Ooh, brother. Oh, we're not gonna show the face? Okay. Well, would you look at that? He has the same kind of cross as the other guy, but I guess that doesn't matter right now, so we're not gonna focus on that too much. We're just gonna kinda noticing small details in my investigation game. No, 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 no. Would the man be in a graveyard with a camera? Wonder if perhaps he was trying to capture a moment a dead body came back in a ghost film. We just borrow this for a little while, I think. Good thinking. What large lamp the man's carrying? Was it a lantern? A large shovel. He's holding it rather ominously, isn't he? Show me the camera. What a wonderful machine. What is that? Blood? Now we see a pocket watch, for example. I can't help myself. What is that? On the bellows, just there seems to be some very dark red stains. Yeah, you're right, it looks like blood actually. Oh my. I'm sure it was not what you're thinking. Okay. Can I look at the photographic plate? Of course the photographic plate is missing. Wouldn't be the actual camera that was used one time, just like the waxwork isn't the actual person. So we'd never have found photographic print on the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Is that all? I think that might be all. Is there anything else I have to do here? Must be the killer, the fiend known as the professor. I think I went to summons something. 35 victims. It's gonna be moving because it has mechanics in it, and that's how we explain the waving stuff. This is the condemned man. Yes, the so-called professor. How many times can we reiterate this? Oh, the head is missing. Whoa. Perhaps Mr. Sholmes absentmindedly forgot to reattach it. That's an extremely absent-minded detective you're describing, isn't it? Perhaps the thief absentmindedly forgot to include the head when he or she brought it back. There's something caught just inside the convict's jacket there. A piece of broken glass. Suppose it would have been made thick. Spill it out more, why don't you? I can't turn this thing. So I don't know if there's anything more I can do here. Okay. Are we done collecting evidence? I guess not. Known as being a master, just pretending he's being waxed back under the disguise. Did we ever see him disguised as anything besides a police guy that one time where it was super obvious? So we can't talk to him. So did I actually miss something in that room? Yeah, this guy's finished, this guy isn't finished, so I must have missed something on this guy. But what, pray tell? Oh, the face that you can't even really see? You gotta be fucking with me. Because if I just... Oh, dude, do you think you should be manhandling the exhibit, Mr. Naruhodo? I put it back exactly how it was. Ah, what on earth? Oh, Ken. I don't believe it. A black monocle. Is it possible that this man... Yes. It's Enoch Drabba. What? Never seen this coming in a million years. All of his hair is different, but it's unmistakably him. What does this mean? I guess we'll have to find out tomorrow in court. This man is the subject of your present hunt, I believe. That's right. Just who is this man? And why is he here in these exhibits? Don't want to find out. I just want to get to court so I can end for today. I'm so tired. Something about this room is strange. Strange? What do you mean? Well, the displays in the House of Horrors are supposed to depict real events, are they not? Indeed they are, Mr. Sato. Do go on. And as terrifying as they are, the scenes in the other exhibits are unbelievable. But this one? This surely couldn't have ever really happened. Why not? I think it's time I educated you a little about the nature of the incidents involving the professor 10 years ago. Lower drop time. Yippee. Oh god, why is there multiple? Tell you a little about the professor yesterday, did I not? I took the lives of 5 victims. Everyone being either a member of aristocracy or royalty, who were attacked by an enormous hunting hound and had their throats ripped from their bodies. Oh gosh, an enormous hound? How awful. Do you mean the Hound of the Baskervilles? After taking the life of a 5th victim, the killer was apprehended. It was a case of unprecedented magnitude in Britain, you understand. Accordingly, the professor was tried in a closed court. No members of the public were permitted. Closed court? What? So you mean that the professor's identity was kept a secret? Naturally, he was found guilty and was summarily sentenced to death by hanging. He was buried in a grave at Lowgate Cemetery, which adjoins the rear of the prison where he had been held. However, That was not the end of the affair. The very night that he was buried, the convicted man came back to life. Came back to life? That's so crazy. I've never heard that before. Almost like it parallels something else in this story. So this is the waxwork model of Enoch Drebber. 10 years ago, the convicted professor having been gibbeted. So witness that unimaginable scene was this young man. From appearances, I would say he was about 20 years old. So horrifying. Scared out of his wits, the young Drebber ran to a nearby police station to report of the incident. The sheer terror of what he'd seen is said to have turned his hair white overnight. Yes, as shown in the photograph we have of him, his hair is completely white. For the following few days, the story of what I'd seen was on every front page in the capital. The public was frantic for every last detail about the killer who would come back to life. As you've seen, an exhibit was even created here at Madame Tussauds. I can quite understand why the man's hair turned white, certainly, but what I don't understand is what Mr. Drebber was doing in the first place. In a lonely graveyard in the middle of the night. Yeah, what was he up to? Maybe co-conspiring? Professor's acts of terror threw London's upper classes into complete panic 10 years ago. It's a great scandal, one might say, at the very highest levels of society. Since the killer's identity was never made public, rumors abound. After all, no killer had ever before systematically employed a dog as a weapon of murder. Can you imagine the impact the case must have had? But in time, of course, the rumors abated. So too did talk of the shocking witness account of the convict who came back to life. Was forgotten, dismissed as a dubious ghost story, as a preposterous parlor tale. What if people stop believing it? I mean, you yourself didn't believe it, so, simply because there was no resurrection to speak of, as was established in fact. Well, what do you mean by no resurrection? Police investigated the grave in Lowgate Cemetery and published their findings. The convict's body was found to be buried exactly where it had been following the execution. So me, Mr. Drebber must have lied to the police. So it would appear to be the logical explanation. The young man subsequently vanished from society and nothing has ever been heard of him since. Well, that's striking then, that he should resurface now, don't you think? Of course, the convicted murderer couldn't really have come back to life. It's not possible. But Drebber's hair is unusually white, and if that really did happen overnight as a result of shock, it's hard to believe the incident was an out-and-out lie. Why are you here? What brings you here? Brings me here? What do you think? You found it. The dodgy guy. What? You found Drebber? Yup, Toby's nose. But and the others are heading over there now. Here's the address. Thank you. Alright then, see ya. Time to finish this up. He probably just doesn't want to see him because if he sees him, there's gonna be some fact about the shadow government plot that's getting revealed. Alright, never mind. Is that a straight up plane slash helicopter that I'm seeing over there? Another super high voltage instantaneous kinetic machine, kinesis machine. Indeed it would appear so, though only a prototype naturally. Ah, so I got you then. Also a train car. In the most literal sense possible. Well done for finding this place, and in such little time. You've really worked miracles. It's Toby here, who is the miracle worker. Why is his eyes shut like that? Does he have a dog allergy? It's one knitted brow. It looks like he's eating a lemon, not a bag of fish and chips. Inspector, is there any sign of the engineer? Sadly, no. We didn't find a soul here. Oh, what a shame. Well, thank you for letting us know about this place and giving us the chance to investigate. According to what Gina tells me, we only found it thanks to a clue that you turned up. Or let's say, go to Paris with a debt of gratitude unpaid for, would I? Anyway, if you're hoping to snoop around in here, I'd get Crack and Liver Zieks and the forensic investigation team on their way as we speak. Then again, I imagine you've got the picture by now. They don't take too kindly to lawyer times. So then, my dear fellows, let's turn this place upside down once we have a chance. And you, Sholmes, pardon. They take even less kindly to great detectives than they do lawyers. Aha! Very droll, very droll. But you may consider me nothing more than an inconspicuous waxwork model. Let's see what we can find in here. There's probably a lot. But this is probably also the last thing, so... Appears to be most interesting, yes, most interesting indeed, wouldn't you say? An impressive looking back massager, that's for sure. What? No doubt that if you hit your shoulders a few times with that, your aches and pains would soon go away. It's a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science. A young scientist could wish for no higher honor. Would you like a massage? No. It's becoming increasingly clear that there's much more to this Enoch drabber than conjuring tricks. I couldn't agree more, my dear madame. How about you, Mr. Naruto? Would you like to take it with you? For your tired shoulders, of course. Curious though, isn't it? He would expect such an important trophy to be proudly on display somewhere. English gentlemen can be quite a mystery at times. Dun, 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 dun. What on earth is this? An aeroplane, Mr. Naruhodo. One day scientists believe it will allow humans to fly freely in the skies. And how the trick will be described, is it? Sorry? Well, it's actually suspended by a thin but very strong cable, isn't it? Oh, well, this model is, yes, but a real aeroplane would actually fly high in the sky. Well, it's suspended from somewhere even higher in the sky, of course. Those large metal objects pretty obviously can't really stay in midair unsupported. So, to you, the solution is ever taller towers? This door doesn't want to open. Yeah, looks like it got a pretty hefty lock on it. And there's a specialist locksmith on his way over from the yard, and so hands off till he gets there. With permission, Inspector, I could have the lock open in less than a minute. Well, you don't have permission. And no one's given it to you. Well, there's no sign of anybody on the other side. No driver must have fled at the first sign of danger. This is a European-style quiver. Do you suppose? Crossbow bolts, in just the right size. All goes to show this Drebber was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto, that machine is covered by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. There would be serious repercussions if you were to examine it from the crown of the government. Well, those two don't seem to be holding back. Quite hollow inside. No working parts or devices of deception to be seen, my dear fellow. No loose chains dropping on the floor, nothing, not even a bone for Toby here, my dear fellow. British people are very much ruled by their own ideals, aren't they? I think that's just these two, Mr. Sato. Thud. Something wrong, Mr. Sato? Well, I thought I heard a noise from the far side of that door. Well, Gina, do you hear it too? Yeah, I heard it. It's gonna turn out to be the guy that supposedly died. This rotten bleeding lock. My dear Gregson, I said only minutes ago. Only to a countenance. I could unlock. Fine. I'll take the rap of it. Just get us through that blasted door. There, you may enter at will. Why would he lock himself in there? That's not good. What's happening here? Is everything upside down? Rats, there ain't no one in here after all. But there must be. It was only moments ago that we heard all those noises. Maybe that was the sound of Deva running away. But he's only one door to this room. And no worries, that could afford an escape route or windows. Those skylights are too high. What's that up there? There are footprints on the ceiling. Below me. What have we here then? Looks like someone was trying to burn something in a hurry. That looks like a sort of blueprints. To the Professor Hairbrain's barmy machine, is it? Blimey, if we eat these, there'd have been no need to muck about trying to investigate all this scrap metal. This rope, also lying on the floor at the foot of that pillar. Never mind. You see, but you do not observe, Mr. Naruhodo. We must investigate the entire room thoroughly and before the forensic team arrives. I don't care anymore. I'm ending it for today. I kind of thought the last room was the last room, but it feels like there's gonna be more and more and more and more. And I'm really tired and not in the mood anymore. So, it's gonna be it for today and probably the near future. Something, yeah, don't worry, I'll set up something else for tomorrow. I don't know what yet. After all this, I'm kind of in the mood for something a bit more exciting. So maybe I'll conjure something up. I'll have to see if I can get it working. Otherwise, I'll get Dragon Quest ready. So, yeah. Thanks for checking out the stream, and see you with something else tomorrow. Bye bye. See ya.